Good morning, everybody, from the campus of Wheaton College inside the Haas Athletic Center. Matt Kuchar with you on the NewMag Sports Network to bring you some of the action today as we have the Wheaton Invitational on this Saturday morning. A number of teams participating. WPI is here. UMass-Dartmouth is here. Of course, Wheaton, the hosts, and a number of other schools. We've seen Bryant is here, and we'll have more for you as the day goes along. We're just underway here with some of the events, the field events going on below us. What you see on your screen right now, if you're listening to us, is the main feed. And on this main feed, we will cover the track events once they get started. They have not yet. What you'll see underneath your screen, if you're looking at us on the main feed, are a couple of additional views. We have the high jump view, the long jump view, the throws view, and the straightaway view, which is the finish line for the track events. And we just want to let you know about those views, because if you're up early with us this morning, you're probably looking for one of those events going on in the middle of the athletic center here, of the field house. And if you're doing that, you can find that by clicking on the links below. So you've got those right below our main screen. And we are just awaiting some more word here on the schedule of events today on the track, and for those to get started. And once they do, we certainly will bring them to you live here on the Wheaton College Athletics website. So just wanted to check in with you this morning as we get underway, let you know about those alternative streams down below our main stream if you are looking for the events that are underway thus far. You won't see them, of course, again on our main camera here. We're not up and running yet for the track and field, for the track events, I should say, excuse me. But we are underway with some of the field events. So keep an eye on that. And once we get going with these track events, we'll be back with you for some more commentary and analysis here on the NewMag Sports Network. Morning again, everybody. Just want to get on the horn and remind you that we have the events that have already started streaming underneath the main screen. We have not started the track events yet, but the additional cameras, the high jump, the long jump, the throws, those are all available to you below our main stream, and we will be back with you on the main stream once the track events start. That's expected to get underway around 10:45 this morning. So just checking in, letting you know that once again we have those events that are underway for you underneath this main stream. Separate cameras, high jump, long jump, and throws. You can check those out below, and we'll be back with you on the New Max Sports Network once the track events get started. All right, we welcome you back to our main stream here of the Wheaton College Invitational this morning, I should say, as we welcome you here on the New Mag Sports Network. Matt Kuchar with you, and Ava, member of the Wheaton women's track team, is here with us as well to provide some commentary. So, Ava, thank you for being here. We can't hear you at the moment. Move that mic up towards your mouth.
Sorry.
There you go. All right, so we've had the first, we just had the first heat of the women's 60. So we're about to have the second heat. A couple of Wheaton runners involved in that. Kristen DeBella, Grace Saul, Abby Kramer will be part of this second heat, according to our program here. And then you got one runner from UMass-Dartmouth, Grace Russell out there. And it looks like a second from UMass-Dartmouth, Brianna Kamen. And we just had the first heat. Natalie Sicard was out there, Amanda Castaldi, and Tamer Anish from Wheaton. So the women's 60 up first, and then the men's 60 coming up next. We'll get you those results as they come in. We do have the live results coming into us. And as we come back on the air with you this afternoon, we want to remind you about our mainstream branching off, shall we say, into other streams. So below us you see additional streams for the potentially for the field events that you're looking for. The high jump, the long jump, the throws. We also have an isolated view of the finish line. So any of that, if you're looking for that, it's below our mainstream here that you hear me on right now. So we're about to have the second heat of the women's 60, and then we'll talk a little bit about what we can expect here today coming up with some other events going forward. Off they go. Second heat of the women's 60-meter hurdle. Looks like one Wheaton and one UMass-Dartmouth runner out in front of the pack there. And it looks like UMass-Dartmouth with the best finish on that one. So we'll bring in Ava now. Ava, for the woman running the 60 here, what's the training like typically during the week, if you can expand on that at all? And what are they doing to get ready for a meet like today?
So pretty often they're doing hurdle drills, working on hip mobility, and just practicing getting their steps down, the repetition, very important to the event.
So we see the men coming up next in the 60 meters. In this first heat that we'll see of the men's side, Jordan Pinnix and Kevin Smith will be out there for Wheaton. Two heats of the men's 60, and then we go on to the men's 60 hurdles, I should say, and then we go on to the 60-meter dash, and that'll feature a couple of heats of the women and the men there. And at this point in the season, it's the second home meet. You're kind of getting into a groove, I guess, for most of the runners out there now, right? It's not the beginning anymore. Does that change the training as you go along during the season at all, as you get to this point, or is everything pretty consistent from the start to the finish?
There's definitely, the goal is always improvement. The goal is kind of to reach a peak towards the end of the season. This is actually my first meet of the season here. I was late coming back because of surgery for an injury, but it's definitely a progressive thing.
Mm-hmm. Other runners coming up in this men's 60-meter hurdle. Owen Connor Self from Wentworth. Daniel Kim from WPI. Cameron Rogers from UMass-Dartmouth. Matthew Lacade from WPI. WPI is here. UMass-Dartmouth is here. Bryant is here. Gordon is here. Wentworth as well. Similar to what we saw on a couple of Saturdays ago at the Lion Invitational. About 6 schools. And once again, a packed house behind us. Spectators looking on. cheering on their favorite runners or favorite team, as it may be. Busy day here on the campus of Wheaton College as well. Synchronized swim, basketball also on the agenda. And with everybody back from winter break, a little busier around here. It was kind of a ghost town before the last meet. It was literally just the runners that were here and everybody involved in the meet for the most part. Now, I know you weren't back, but most of the members of your team would have to get back here early. There is basically a very limited winter break, right?
Oh, yeah. They were all back January 3rd. I was back a few days early, and it definitely was a complete ghost town. There was nobody here. It was really weird.
All right, here we go with the first heat of the men's 60-meter hurdles. Looks like UMass-Dartmouth and WPI out to a hot start, but for Wheaton, I think Wheaton's going to take that one. I believe that's Jordan Penix down there. Yes, I get the confirmation from Ava. That's why we have you here. So it looked like Penix pulled that one off. Looked like he had the best time there. Coming in, it was Cameron Rogers from UMass-Dartmouth with the best seed time. He was out in front of that pack as well. But it looked like Penix on the photo finish might have taken first in that one. Again, we will get the results shortly after they verify downstairs, and we'll get those to you here. Just nothing posted yet. As soon as we have anything, you'll know about it. You'll be the first to know about it. So second heat of the men's 60-meter hurdles coming up. There's only 3 runners involved in that. Patrick Malhert from Wentworth, Carlos Allen from Bryant, and Daniel Erickson from Gordon, all involved coming up in this this 3-man heat of the 60-meter hurdles. A lot going on down there, and when you're down there, how difficult is it, I'm sure, at times to just focus in on your event while this is all going on?
It's definitely a lot to take in. I feel like as a field athlete, being on the runway and hearing the gunshots while I'm trying to run is definitely very distracting. But it's also a really exciting environment.
All right, they're ready to get off with the second heat of the men's 60-meter hurdles. Everybody's wearing navy, so this will be difficult to distinguish for us. But again, we will get you the results as they come into us. Looks like if I was a betting man, that is a Wentworth winner there, but I may be wrong about that. The eye doctor did confirm just a few weeks ago that my vision is good, but we're pretty far up here. So, again, we'll get you those results as they come in. We'll have a little easier time once the actual things like the mile and the 400 start, because they come around our way and we can see exactly what's going on here. So what do you think, Abe? Morning or afternoon? Would you prefer a morning or afternoon meet? Because this is pretty early.
Definitely the morning.
You like that? All right.
I like having the rest of the day free at the end to relax, reward yourself. It's exciting to get up early for something.
Yeah. We had, I think it was the 1 o'clock start the last time, and then you're here, of course, literally, as you say, you lose the whole day. So get up and at it and get out here and get a move on. The women's 60-meter dash is next, and we'll have 3 heats of that on the women's side. Got some Wheaton involvement in the first one. Camille Connors, Emily Zelensky, and Savannah Vargas. Kate Wickenheiser is on the list as well for this 60-meter dash on the women's side. First heat that we'll see. Kate Wickenheiser, a name that the folks may recognize from the soccer seasons. And you can tell on the soccer field that she is a track athlete because she's so quick out there. Just blows by everybody. What's that like for the? And I know it's probably pretty few number here, pretty low number that have multiple sports like that. What's the training like for them? Are they do they come in later to the game and after their season's over? How does that work?
Yeah, so we definitely started practices and training well before the soccer and volleyball seasons were over. But as their seasons end, usually they get about 2 weeks off to rest up and sort of recover from doing one kind of training and then switch over to track around right about the beginning of our official practices for the indoor season.
Seems like a kind of a popular concept in high school that some of these athletes in these other sports will do either track or cross country to kind of cross train as it may be. But in college, that's a real serious commitment.
Oh, absolutely.
Now, in the events you're participating in typically, do you prefer to be indoors or would you rather have some of the stuff be outdoors? What's your preference on that?
I've always much preferred jumping outdoor. I think the weather is better for it. I think that the environment is more exciting rather than sort of anxious as it can be indoors sometimes, less crowded.
Certainly is a crowd in here.
Oh, yeah.
And for some of these athletes that are here today, must have been a real early wake up. You're coming down from WPI or something like that. So, does the travel involved with that? If let's say you were going to a Boston from here, does that fatigue you much, or how do you feel about that? I mean, I'm sure you'd rather probably be home, but
we had a meet where we went to Springfield last weekend. And it was definitely tiring. It was cold. We actually were on school buses because of the shortage of bus drivers. So it was definitely an experience. I didn't think I'd be on a school bus again anytime soon.
Well, you never know, I suppose, when you go back to school. Yeah, the bus driver shortage is certainly a thing everywhere. There's charter buses, school buses, everything. So the women are still warming up for the first heat of the 60-meter dash. We'll have 3 heats of that. Got some Wheaton involvement in both of the first 2. And then a third section with UMass-Dartmouth, Gordon, Wentworth, and Smith. Smith is a school I didn't mention earlier. They also have some runners here today. The other thing we talked about at the last meet was I asked the commentator we had previously with us if it was hard to hear the speaker down there, and he said, yes, it is. It's hard to hear what they're calling out down there. And I imagine that's just part of, again, the controlled chaos that goes on down there, right?
Absolutely. It's sometimes a game of asking people, what did he just say?
Yeah, a lot of that going on. All right, they're just about ready to fire the gun on the first heat of the women's 60-meter dash. Again, the involvement for Wheaton. Kate Wickenheiser is out there, Savannah Vargas, Camille Connors, and Emily Zielinski. Other runners, Daniela Pillar from Smith, Agatha Nunez Herrera from Bryant, Christina Capozzi from Bryant, and Patricia Johnson from UMass-Dartmouth. Off they go in the first heat of the women's 60-meter dash. Looks like we have a Wheaton runner out in front there. Ava, can you help me out?
Savannah.
It's Savannah, all right. Savannah Vargas with the best time in the women's 60-meter dash. So good work by her. And it was a pretty close finish between everybody else, too. As we await the official results in some of those other events, we'll also get you the official results in some of the field events once we have those. The second heat up for the women's 60-meter dash next. Abigail Rogers out there for Wheaton. Brianna Hill. Lauren Hinckley is out there as well from Wheaton. And then 4 WPI runners and 1 Gordon runner. Emily Bankston is out there from Gordon. Corinne Fisher, Brianna Landry, Letitia DeManch, and Morgan Bilodeau from WPI. And there'll be a third heat of this women's 60, and then we move on to the men's 60-meter dash after that. Just about ready to get started with the second heat of the women's 60. Off they go. Pretty close between WPI and, well, WPI pulling away with that one there. Of course, again, we're not sure exactly which WPI runner it was. And Ava cannot help there. she can do many things, but she cannot help there. And so we'll wait to get you that official result once we have it. And as far as the team aspect of this is all concerned, you're just trying to, it's such an interesting concept to me, at least, that it's such an individual sport, and then it's also a team sport. So you're just trying to get the best time you can and get the most points for your team out there, right?
Yeah, that's honestly what I like best about track and why I wanted to continue it into college, is I really enjoy the aspect that everyone's good at something different, but it's all important, and everyone has different talents that can help contribute to the same goal.
Right, and eventually it all comes together. You get the real excitement in those events usually at the end of the day, the 2x4, the 4x4, the team relays. So one more heat of the women's 60-meter dash. There are 4 runners in this one. Nobody from Wheaton. Jaya Vale from UMass-Dartmouth, Allison Subat from Gordon, Annabelle de Oliveira Castro from Smith, and Lily Carlson from Wentworth. Looks like they'll waste no time in getting this one underway. And off they go. That looks like Wentworth into dead heat with Smith at the finish. Again, we'll get you the official results as soon as we are able to access them up here. The men's 60 will set up next. Again, the men's 60-meter dash up next. We thank you for joining us. If you're just checking in here on the New Max Sports Network, we want to remind you that you can access our additional cameras down below our main stream. Those additional cameras covering other events going on in the middle of the field house here. And what you're seeing on the main stream is just simply the track events, and that's what we're describing to you. You can look below us for the high jump view, the long jump view, the throws view, or if you're looking for a closer look at just the finish line for the track events, you can get that below as well. First heat of the men's 60-meter dash coming up. No Wheaton involvement in this one. Lucas Kehoe from Bryant, Jalen Castillo from UMass-Dartmouth, Andrew Gleason from Bryant, Xavier Manuel from UMass-Dartmouth, Sam Mantiera from WPI, Jan De La Rosa from UMass-Dartmouth, Henry Lonstein from Gordon, and Daniel Tuning from Gordon, all out there for this first heat of the men's 60-meter dash. And off they go. It's like UMass-Dartmouth pulling out first and maybe even second in that one. So 3 runners out there for UMass-Dartmouth all did well in that heat. Second heat coming up. Wheaton will have 3 runners involved in this one. William Singer, G.J. Mulays, and Kevin DeColibus. Did I butcher any of that?
Not that I know of, but I'm not quite sure.
All right, we'll take it as a no. It's interesting to see Bryant up here. I think Bryant's a D1 program, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. I know half their program is here today, and the other half is at BU.
Okay.
My friend from high school who ran on my track team is running D1 at Bryant now, but she's at BU today.
What's the difference there between, is there a difference? I mean, the events are the same. I assume the training is the same. But is there a difference? Is there more rigor to the program at like a Bryant, let's say?
I'd definitely say D1, the biggest difference is commitment. D1 athletes, it's a full commitment to your sport at all times, versus I feel like D3 to D2 programs offer more flexibility as a student and an athlete. But that isn't to say that there can't be equal amounts of talent in any division.
There was some online chatter I saw this week. Bridgewater State, their quarterback, that's a D3 school, I think, was at a scouting thing with the Green Bay Packers. So out of nowhere, that was out on Twitter this week. But to your point, right, there's been players from Wheaton, I know, on the baseball team that in years past now, we're talking 10, 15 years ago, let's say, went on to play Major League Baseball. Kristen Orphea played here and went on to the big leagues.
Well, we know no one from the Wheaton football program is going into the NFL.
As I watch the second heat of the men's 60, that looked like maybe a Wheaton finisher in first place. Couldn't tell who that was exactly.
GJ.
That's GJ. We have one more heat to go of the men's 60-meter dash. And it'll feature 3 runners, none of them from Wheaton. Charlie Kearney from Wentworth, Daniel Erickson from Gordon, and Eli Sutton from Gordon up next. And coming up after that, we'll start with some of the longer distance. We've got the women's 1 mile run. That'll be shortly after we get through with this men's 60-meter dash. Speaking from only one fall of experience of cross country in high school, I can tell you I would certainly rather run the mile outdoors than indoors. That one, I think, and probably that's the case for a lot of the distance runners, I would think.
Oh, yeah. I live with one, and he hates running around a track over and over again.
Yeah. Almost feel like I would get dizzy out there if I did it a certain number of times. And I know we talked last week about sometimes it's hard to keep track of how many times you've gone around, right?
Yes. I remember in high school, our distance runners would actually have other event athletes count their laps for them.
Mm-hmm. Again, we want to remind you, if you're just joining us, that underneath our main stream here, we do have additional streams going to bring you a closer look at some of the other action that you may be missing, the field events in particular. The main view is here, as you know. We have the high jump view down below, the long jump view, the throws view, and the finish line view. So if you're looking for any of those, you won't hear us. Maybe that's a good thing, in your opinion. Anyhow, you get those extra views down below. I'm looking at them now, so I can promise you they work. We're also awaiting the official results for some of the events that we've had so far, some of the field events, some of the track events, and I wish I could tell you I know when they will come to us, but they have not come to us yet. Like I said, when they do, you will be the first to know about it. We did see earlier for certain that Jordan Penix in the men's 60-meter hurdles on the Wheaton side came out with the best finish there. So we're just waiting, and now they're going to set things up for the women's 1 mile run. We're going to have Jazz Vanderhoof out there from Wheaton. She has the best seed time in this field for the first heat. And then 2 Wheaton runners in the second section, second heat. Abby Martin. And this one I'm sure to butcher. Anna, help me out there. You know that one?
I don't know how to pronounce her last name. I'm sorry.
All right. Anna will be out there. Anna Petrimus. My apologies if you're listening and I have butchered the last name. Now for the distance runners, for example, someone who might be running in the 1 mile here, do they train outside still during the winter more often than not?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
My dorm looks out over the sidewalk, and they're always running by my window.
Yeah. I mean, I imagine they don't want to go out there in zero, but we haven't had too much of that. So.
No, they bundle up.
Yeah. Again, we continue to await the results from some of the events that have already taken place. We understand there may be some connection issues on the part of the official scorer down there. So we will continue to wait on that. A lot of people trying to use the Wheaton guest Wi-Fi today, I think. As we wait for the setup for the women's 1 mile run, we'll step aside for a moment as we stream here on the New Mag Sports Network, but hang around. Again, that women's 1 mile run is next. And you can catch the other events that you're looking for underneath our main stream with the additional cameras that we have scattered throughout the field house here today on this Saturday morning here in late January, the second home meet of the season for the Wheaton men's and women's track and field teams. We'll be right back with you as we stream here on the New Mag Sports Network. Want to check in with you again and just remind you that we have additional streams underneath our main stream here. If you're looking for any of the field events that are going on right now, you can catch them all. We have an additional camera underneath here for the long jump, for the high jump, for the throws. We also have a view at the finish line, should you prefer that during the track events. We are waiting right now the first section of the women's 1 mile run here at this Wheaton College Invitational. We see Jazz Vanderhoof out there warming up right now. She is the Wheaton runner involved.
How we doing?
In the first heat of the women's 1 mile run. All right, we're just underway now with the women's 1 mile run. So that's what you see right now on your screen once they come around the corner here. The best seed time belongs to Jazz Vanderhoof from Wheaton. She is out in front of the pack right now. Seed time of 5 minutes, 20 seconds. And so we'll keep our eye on this as the runners pace themselves for the 1 mile run. Again, Matt Kuchar with you here on the new Mag Sports Network at the Wheaton Invitational here on this Saturday morning. And joined by Ava from the Wheaton women's track team.
Hi.
We thank her for joining us this afternoon, this morning, and providing some commentary for the folks that are unaffiliated with this sport. Jazz still out in front. Other runners out there for this first heat of the 1 mile run on the women's side. Serena Brittner from Smith. Isabel Bernardino from Bryant. Ellie Bowman from WPI. Sophia Reynolds from WPI. Emma Grabinski from Bryant. Hillary Connor from Smith. Maya Camparidis from Bryant. And Remy Liu from Smith. Vanderhoof still out in front of the pack as they come back around the bend. Third time around. I'll give you a pop quiz and we'll see if you know it. Do you know how many times around for the 1 mile here?
Eight.
8 is the number. After some buffering.
Yes. Math is not my strong suit.
That makes 2 of us, so hopefully there's no equations for us to solve here for the remainder of the day. Jazz well out in front of the field now. Jazz Vanderhoof from Wheaton pacing the field. In behind her is Serena Brittner from Smith. Now when you look at the seed times here, Jazz Vanderhoof only had 1 second on Serena Brittner, but right now she's got some good distance on her. As they come around again for what I believe is the 5th time out of the 8 times that we will see them in total. And again, Jazz Vanderhoof pacing the field enough that someone could run across the track in between her and the second runner. Right now in third is Ellie Bowman from WPI. We are starting to see some of the results come in from the earlier events today, so we'll get those to you in a moment as we watch the continuation of the women's 1 mile run here, the first heat. See Jazz Vanderhoof coming around again, pacing the field. And then a big distance behind her before the second place runner, Ellie Bowman from WPI, has pulled in to second place. This is impressive, though, from Jazz Vanderhoof. She's way out in front of these other runners.
It's
she
good
can
to
hold
see.
that pace. Here she comes around the bend again. You can see starting to feel it a little bit, but we're getting there. Only a couple of times more around. Still in second, a distant second, Ellie Bowman, as they come back around again from WPI. You see some of the runners that are not involved, obviously, in the mile cheering on their teammates. That's a big part of this, too, right? I mean,
absolutely. It's one of my favorite parts. It's often that I lose my voice after a track meet.
You got to scream louder in here to be heard. There's so many people in here.
Well, thankfully today, maybe I won't.
Yeah, today you'll be all right. As Jazz Vanderhoof comes around again, she's about to lap one of the other members of the field here. I believe this is the finish, and it is for Jazz Vanderhoof. She takes this one, as the saying goes, by a mile. She takes the mile run by a lot, and we'll have to get her exact time to finish there. But I wouldn't be surprised if that was better than her best here on the heat sheet here. That was very impressive from Jazz Vanderhoof from Wheaton to win the first heat of the 1 mile run there. Second heat is coming up next. We'll see Abby Martin from Wheaton and Anna Petrimas from Wheaton. Right now we're just finishing out the first heat, which went about as expected. Ellie Bowen from WPI was in second for most of that time. Let's get you some of the results from the other events that are coming into us now as we go through the list here. The men's 60-meter. Xavier Manuel from UMass-Dartmouth, the best finisher there. The women's 60-meter, as we mentioned, Savannah Vargas from Wheaton, best finisher there.
Savannah's crazy fast.
And her first year here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. About that. So room to grow. Room to grow from first. Men's 60-meter hurdles, we mentioned Jordan Penix from Wheaton, finishing first in that, the junior. The women's 60-meter hurdles, it was Bethany Marcella from Bryant who was the best finisher there. As the gun sounds on the second section of the women's 1 mile run. Rest of the runners involved in this, beside the ones we mentioned from Wheaton: Kaylee Betts from Gordon, Beth Irwin from WPI, Annika Wells from Smith, Summer Daniels from Wentworth, Annie King from Wentworth, and Serena Carnes from UMass-Dartmouth. As we look down right now at the field, WPI has got the runner in first. That's Beth Irwin right now. And when they come around again, we'll get you a better idea of where the other runners are. That looks like Abby Martin from Wheaton is in second place there, right behind the first place WPI runner Irwin. And it looks like we might have a change by the time they get around to us, as Abby Martin is moving towards the front of the pack there. Also got results for you in some of the field events as we watch Abby Martin pull into first. This time around, second time around on the second heat of the women's 1 mile run. In the high jump on the men's side, Dylan Sarin from WPI, currently the best finisher there. Long jump on the women's side, Dasani Stewart from Bryant, first place finisher there. Grace Saul from Wheaton, by the way, in the top 5 with a fourth place finish in the results there. And right now, of course, we're watching the 1 mile. By the way, Jazz Vanderhoof's official time there was 5 minutes, 11 seconds. So she beat her seed time by a good 9 seconds. Second place finisher ended up being Serena Brittner from Smith. As we watch this second installment of the women's 1 mile run, Abby Martin maintains her position in first place. Annika Wells from Smith, I believe, is in second. We'll check that as now. That's actually the Gordon runner. That's Kaylee Betts in second right now. Gordon wearing the light blue tops. As they come around again, same story. Abby Martin in the lead on the Wheaton side. And Martin maintaining that lead as they come around the other end. Although Kaylee Betts is gaining, she was the top-seeded runner in this heat. 10 seconds ahead of Abby Martin's time. But Abby Martin maintaining the advantage as they come around. She's keeping up the pace. I think this one will be a close finish. And if you're running the mile out there, I guess your mindset is to try and keep a little bit in the tank, right, for that last stretch at the end.
It's definitely all about endurance.
And we watch a little lead change here as they come around this time. Kaylee Betts now out in front of Martin. We don't want you to get too confused. There is some lapping going on down there, but those are the two leaders in the pack. Kaylee Betts from Gordon in light blue jersey, and then Abby Martin in the Wheaton blue right behind her. I believe they have one more time around. And as we watch them come around the bend here, Kaylee Betts from Gordon has extended the lead a little bit in front of Abby Martin, still running a close second. And then right behind them is Annika Wells from Smith. And this is going to be Kaylee Betts. Well, they got one more time around, so we counted wrong. I told you math was not a strong suit up here. And as they come around again, Kaylee Betts again the clear leader for Gordon now, in front of Abby Martin and Annika Wells. Wells challenging Martin. Passes her here on the inside. There's the finish for Kaylee Betts, first place. And then Annika Wells from Smith is going to pull in second. Abby Martin for Wheaton pulls in third. And I imagine it can get confusing out there with the lapping going on too, right?
Yeah.
Even for the runners. I mean, it's confusing to anybody watching, of course. But what about for the runners down there when that's happening? Can they lose their place a little bit of who they're going up against, or is it pretty much they know what they're doing?
I feel like at a certain point you definitely sort of just hone in on what you're doing, and the few people who've been around you maybe are more obvious, but I could definitely see it being confusing.
So we will have only one heat of the men 1 mile run on the men's side. A couple of Wheaton runners involved in that. Nick LaCroix, Greg Arrea. And then you got 4 Wentworth runners and 1 WPI runner in the men's section of the 1 mile run. They're about to get started with that. There's the opening gun to get that started. Best seat time here is 4 minutes 25 seconds from Brinson White from WPI. The runners from Wentworth are Jack Newton, William Carpenter, Robert McHugh, and Sean Giuliano. And Brinson White from WPI is out in front. So we've got the official results now when you combine the 2 heats of the women's 1 mile, and the winner of the whole thing is Jazz Vanderhoof, the best time of the whole thing, sophomore here at Wheaton. Also, according to the results we're getting, that qualifies her as the number 45 overall runner in the NCAA Division III Indoor 2024 college rankings for this season so far. So very impressive. Jazz Vanderhoof had a good day at the office, you could say. We'll hone in on what's going on with the men's 1 mile here in a moment when they come back around the bend. Still the clear leader of the pack is Brinson White from WPI, and Jack Newton behind him, and then in third place Nick LaCroix from Wheaton. So as it is seated right now is the way it is running. I want to take a moment to remind you that if you're looking for some of the field events, you can find those underneath our main stream. We have additional cameras down below our main stream. And those cover a number of different things for you. You can get a look closer up at the finish line if that's what you're looking for in terms of the track events. We've also got a high jump view, a long jump view, and a throws view if you're looking specifically for someone participating in those events. As we watch Brinson Wyke come back around, clearly pacing the field, followed by Jack Newton from Wentworth and again Nick LaCroix from Wheaton. A lot of distance between the runners in this particular mile versus some of the others we've seen a little closer up together. Just clear leader of the pack here from WPI. Same story this time around with Newton in second and LaCroix in third. After we finish up this section of the mile run on the men's side, the women's 400-meter dash is next. And Brinson Wyke now passing some of the other runners out there, so don't let that confuse you. He's still pacing the field as our camera does a nice job as following his pace. Well, this is pretty impressive. Brinson Wyke there from WPI. He's kept it paced pretty much the whole time. A pretty quick pace for a mile.
Yeah.
And he's finished.
It's very impressive.
We'll have to see exactly what the final time was there, but it's a quick mile right there. No doubt about that. So an impressive finish for WPI there on the mile on the men's side. Women's 400-meter dash is next. You have some Wheaton involvement in that one. Jessica Dixon and Skylar Wise will be in the first heat. First of 4 heats on the women's side, then 4 heats on the men's side in the 400-meter dash. Step aside for just a moment as we stream on the new MAG Sports Network. Tell you a little bit more about that 400 that's coming up on the women's side. 2 WPI runners and the 2 Wheaton runners we mentioned as we welcome you back in here on the new MAG Sports Network.
I feel like there should be more events after the 800, right? Or no?
Want to rejoin you here on the New Mag Sports Network, just to say that we're still waiting for the start of the women's 400-meter dash as they get that set up. 2 Wheaton runners involved in that, Jessica Dixon and Skylar Wise. 2 for WPI, Lauren Mitchinson and Letitia DeManch. And once that gets started, we'll be back up with you here on the main stream on the New Mag Sports Network. And as we check in, again, want to remind you about our additional cameras that you can check out down below. Also, we have the official timing on the men's mile run. Brinson White from WPI finished with the best time, 4 minutes, 28 seconds. Nick LaCroix from Wheaton finished third, 4 minutes, 53 seconds. And again, if you look on the website, if you're looking on our stream right now, you're listening to us, you're hearing us, then you can click on the high jump view, the long jump view, the throws view, or the finish line view. All 4 of those options available to you below our main stream. So if you're interested in one of the field events, perhaps, you can check that out down below. Again, we continue to stream on the New Mag Sports Network, and we're awaiting the start of the women's 400-meter dash. Stay with us. And there is the start of the women's 400-meter dash, just underway down below. Our main view here is pointed right now at the finish line, so we'll keep you posted as they come around the bend. Looks like right now, Skylar Wise from Wheaton is leading this field. And she's leading it significantly. Second place behind her is her teammate, Jessica Dixon. Same story coming around again. Skylar Wise, then Dixon. And then the 2 WPI runners following behind. You're about to see this come into your view at the finish line. And there goes Skylar Wise, finishing with the first place time, followed by her teammate Dixon. So all about the Lions on that first heat of the women's 400-meter dash. And it was not particularly close. And looking at the day so far, as Ava's joining us here from the Wheaton women's track team, pretty good showing so far for Wheaton, wouldn't you say?
Oh, absolutely. This is very exciting. It's nice to be doing well at your own home track.
We see some of the runners going outside after finishing up to get a little fresh air. I imagine that feels good after being indoors all this time and then running indoors. All right, our second heat is next. We got 2 Wheaton, 2 WPI again. Kristen DeBeller and Maya Thomas will be out there. For Wheaton, and Bailey Allman and Beth Brown from WPI. And they're getting ready to start now, just about to get underway with that second heat. As the gun fires to get that started. As they come by us for the first time. I think that's Maya Thomas out in front.
Maya, yeah.
Maya Thomas out in front. And she's followed by her teammate, Kristen DeBeller, as they come around the finish line the first time. Little teammate on teammate competition here. Maya Thomas still out in front, but Kristen DeBella right behind her, pushing her along. There goes Kristen DeBella. Ooh, got to be a photo finish between the two teammates. And it is Maya Thomas who pulls out, I think, by a half a second the victory over DeBella. But they're working for the same school there, so another good finish for Wheaton.
Absolutely.
So we got two more heats on the women's side in the 400. Next one will feature Eliza Spidell from Wheaton, and then three UMass Dartmouth runners, Brianna Kamen, Grace Russell, and Allie Kimball. And then one more heat of the women's 400 after that. Again, you can watch the other events in the streams below our main stream here, the field events. If you're looking for the field events, and we see some of those going on right now, quite literally right below us, you can find those on the other streams down below. There's the opening shot of the third section of the women's 400-meter dash. Looks like out in front is Eliza Spidell from Wheaton. Well out in front as they come around and are about to come into your view. The three UMass Dartmouth runners trailing behind. Same story as they come past us again. Eliza Spidell is out in front. And that's how it finished. We'll get you the official results, of course, as they come to us up here for the 400. So far, the best time belongs to Skylar Wise out of all these heats from Wheaton, under a minute. Actually, the top four times right now belong to the Lions. Jessica Dixon, and then Kristen DeBella and Maya Thomas. Maya Thomas right in front of DeBella. Wise, Dixon, Thomas, DeBella, 1, 2, 3, 4. And we're awaiting the time for Eliza Spidell, who just ran and won that heat, the third heat. We have the results from one of the other field events. The men's weight throw. Joseph Uwango from UMass Dartmouth, first place in that one. As we watch now the fourth heat of the women's 400. Wheaton runner out in front. Two Wheaton runners in this one, Abby Kramer and Kylie Kukowski. Looks like that's Kylie out in front, and then someone just came in front.
Abby's in front.
Abby out in front. And then it's Gwyneth Howes from Smith who has the lead now as they come around again. And the lead change again here. That's Abby Kramer pacing the field as they head toward the finish line. I think she's got it. She does. Abby Kramer in first place there, followed by Gwyneth Howes from Smith. So that puts a wrap on the women's 400, and we'll get you those official results in terms of who had the best time as soon as we have all of the men up here to our system. And then the men's 400 is next. There'll be 4 heats on the men's 400 side of things. First section of the men's 400 featuring 2 runners from Wentworth, 1 from UMass-Dartmouth, and 1 from WPI. Gabriel Silva from Wentworth, Scott Stelick from Wentworth, Cameron Rogers from UMass-Dartmouth, and Anthony Minichiello from WPI. Final results are up for the women's 400 meters. Skylar Wise with a time under a minute is the best finisher there for Wheaton, and she now slots in at number 58 overall this year in the NCAA Division III college indoor rankings for time in the women's 400 meter. A little excitement in the place from the WPI fans and supporters as we watch the first of the men's 400. Right now it is Cameron Rogers from UMass-Dartmouth who's out in front of the field as they come around a second time. And Rogers continues to pace the field. Followed by Anthony Minichiello from WPI. And pulling in with the first place finish is Cameron Rogers from UMass-Dartmouth. Second heat of the men's 400 coming up. Couple of Wheaton involved in this one. 3 Wheaton runners, in fact. William Singer, Kevin Smith, and Zach Elmarcy. Ryan Abatoni from Wentworth is also in this one. And then coming out of the men's 400, we'll have the women's 800. There's the gun, the opening gun on the women's, the men's 400, second section. It's all Wheaton out in front, I can tell you that much. I don't think the fourth runner is even out there. So we've got 3 Wheaton runners competing with each other here. That's, I think, Zach Elmarcy out in front. If my eyes do not deceive me on the numbers.
Yes. I try to see closer.
And it is going to be Zach Ale Marcy, who finishes with the best time in this one. So Ryan Abatoni from Wentworth was not out there. He was scratched from that heat. Then when you get three of your, well, I guess two of your teammates and you out there, you're all just trying to run the best time to help the team overall, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Of course, you're competing with each other, too. A little friendly competition.
Yeah, I'd see it as when you're in a heat with all your teammates, your number one goal is to just get better for yourself and beat what you could do in the past.
Right.
Although a little friendly competition isn't the worst thing.
So the third heat will feature one runner from Wentworth and two from UMass-Dartmouth. And then Nathan Plimpton from Wheaton is in the fourth heat coming up in just a few moments. But first, heat number 3, Matt Murphy from Wentworth, James Christie from UMass-Dartmouth, and Nico Lacortiglia from UMass-Dartmouth. Off we go with heat number 3. UMass-Dartmouth with the early lead, but Wentworth gaining. Matt Murphy from Wentworth, and then the two UMass-Dartmouth runners out there. Looks like Nico Lacortiglia from UMass-Dartmouth is the runner who's going to finish first in this one. And he does. So one more heat of the men's 400-meter dash. We'll have Ian Sass from Wentworth in that one. Nathan Plimpton, as we mentioned, from Wheaton. And Matthew Wong from Wentworth. Off we go with heat number 4 in the men's 400-meter. And it is the Wheaton runner Plimpton who's out in front. Well out in front the first time around. They come around us again. Nathan Plimpton still solidly in the lead. And Plimpton is going to take this easily in the fourth heat. So we'll get you those results overall in a moment for the men's 400-meter dash. We're moving on to the women's 800-meter run next as we stream on the new Max Sports Network. All right, we're just about to get underway now with the next event, which is the women's 800-meter run. We thank you for joining us this afternoon on the NewMag Sports Network. If you're just checking in, shortly after noontime, Matt Kuchar with you. And we're joined today by a member of the women's track team here at Wheaton, Ava, who's not out there today, but kind enough to join us with some commentary and analysis. So Thank you, Ava, for being here.
Absolutely, no problem.
As we continue on now, the 800-meter run, 2 heats for the women's side as the first one just kicked off. No Wheaton involvement in this one. We can tell you that there are 10 runners out there now on the track. Angeli Jones, Maeve Steckley, Elaine McCarthy, Jaden Steiger from Bryant, Julia Latura from UMass-Dartmouth, Sophia Giroux from Smith, Abigail Hodges from WPI, Victoria Schweizer from UMass-Dartmouth, Deirdre Anderson from WPI, Juanita Gutierrez from Smith. So you'll be seeing the runners as they head toward that finish line side of things on our main view here. We'll keep you posted on their progress as they come around the track and we see them come by us here at the scorer's table upstairs. Right now, leading the pack is the number 1 seeded runner from Smith, Angeli Jones, followed closely by her teammate Elaine McCarty and Maeve Steckley from WPI. Best seed time in this heat is 2 minutes 24 seconds. Waiting the official results, by the way, for the men's 400 meter, and they're coming in now. Top time overall was Cameron Rogers from UMass-Dartmouth, 51 seconds and a tick over that. Anthony Miniciello from WPI, second best time. Gabriel Sylvia from Wentworth with the third best time, and Zach L. Marcy from Wheaton with the fourth best time. Same 3 at the front of the pack in this women's 800-meter run. Get you an update on who's who when they come back around our way. The 2 Smith runners still out in front, and then the WPI runner Maeve Steckley is in third.
Come on, Maeve, let's go. You're going to make a move, make it now.
Angeli Jones from Smith is the one in first. Maeve Steckley pulls into second from WPI. And Steckley trying to make a move to get out in front here at the tail end of things, and I think she did. Maeve Steckley from WPI at the very end had a little juice left and wins that heat of the women's 800-meter run. So that's a case of a race that looked like it was one way the whole time, and then she had a little bit left, right?
Yeah.
So the second heat coming out, this one will have some Wheaton involvement. Katie Lavoie, Kira Whitaker, and Annabelle Sanders all out there from Wheaton in this second heat of the women's 800-meter run. And that is it for the women on the 800-meter portion of our day here today. The men have 3 heats coming up right after this in the 800. Off they go in the second heat of the women's 800-meter run. Reminder as you watch the main camera here that we have pointed toward the finish line, you can check out the field events in the extra streams down below if you're interested in that. Leading the pack right now in the women's 800-meter out of the gate is Katie Lavoie from Wheaton. Same story. Katie Lavoie has widened her lead. We see Kaylee Betts out there from Gordon. We saw her win one of the races earlier. I believe that was the 1 mile. So she hasn't had much of a break. And she's back out there for Gordon in this one. As they come around your way on the finish line view, same story with Katie Lavoie out in front of the pack from Wheaton. Yep, Katie Lavoie still in first. Now pulling into second is the Wentworth runner, Erin McLean. And McLean trying to make a move on Lavoie as they come around the bend. And she's taking the lead now. Erin McLean from Wentworth. Katie Lavoie from Wheaton in second. And that's how it'll finish, 1-2. Erin McLean in first from Wentworth and Katie Lavoie from Wheaton in second. So that's it for the women's 800. We'll get you those results as soon as we have them, the official results up here. Right now it looks like Maeve Steckley from Heat 1 will be the top overall finisher from WPI, but we'll wait for the second heat to update. And we're on to the men's 800 next. They're lining the men up right away for this first heat of the 800. So we'll see no Wheaton involvement in the first heat. John Ziegler from UMass-Dartmouth is out there. Ryan Bork from Bryant. Noah Perriman from Bryant. Trip Williams from WPI. Andrew Payton from WPI. Jesse Commanda from Gordon. Vincent Gardner from UMass-Dartmouth. And Gabe Demore from WPI. Wheaton has one runner in the second heat in this 800. That is Charlie Stockwell, so we'll see him in the next installment. Off they go in the first heat of the 800. And Aver, as we get closer to the relays that we'll see at the end of the day, talk to me a little bit about what the preparation's like for that. I know in the last home meet, the handoff was a big thing. And so is that something that's worked on in practice after that?
Yeah, handoffs are definitely one of the biggest things worked on for relays, like leading up to the meet. I used to run the 4x4, and they're definitely a high-pressure event. It's at the end of the meet. Everyone's really excited about it. So it's easy to mess up little things like that. So there definitely is a big focus on getting handoffs down, specifically with the person that you'll be handing off to in the race.
As we watch this men's 800, It is Jesse Commanda from Gordon who is in first, coming around the bend. A couple of one UMass-Dartmouth runner tailing him. That appears to be John Ziegler. They got one more time around, I believe. Jesse Commanda maintains his lead. But we see one of the Bryant runners is gaining on him and now passing him. I believe that is Noah Perriman from Bryant. And it is Perriman with the extra juice at the end who wins that heat of the men's 800. So second heat of the men's 800 coming up next. Again, we mentioned Charlie Stockwell from Wheaton will be out there wearing the bib number 4. Other runners in this section of the second heat of the men's 800 include Everett Mosher from WPI, Ryan Kakano from WPI, Brendan May from WPI, Jack Robertson from WPI, Justin Leona from WPI, Zachary Smith from Gordon, and Tyler Scanlon from UMass-Dartmouth. And you know, one of the interesting things we talked about last week is after some of these events, like especially the longer events like the mile, the runners will not want to just go sit down after that. They'll want to kind of go for a cool down, something like that, right?
Definitely, yeah. It's better for the muscles. You don't want to build up too much lactic acid.
Yeah. I think of that because I see someone with a heat gun down there right now. They're off in the second of 3 sections of the men's 800-meter run. As they come around the first time, it is WPI with 5 runners out in front of the pack. Brendan May from WPI is leading them all. It is still Brendan May in the lead. And the lead taken over by Everett Mosher from WPI. Mosher now well out in front. It'll be Mosher and then May for WPI in first and second as they come around one more time. Same story, Mosher, May. And in third place for WPI, Ryan Kakano. Boy, May's got a little juice in him. He's going to challenge his teammate Mosher. I think he beat him at the end. A photo finish between two WPI runners in the second heat rather, of the men's 800. So we got one more heat of the men's 800 to go. No Wheaton involvement in this next one. Jack King from WPI will be out there. Dylan Brilliant from Wentworth. Alex Diaz from Gordon. Peter McGinn from Gordon. Ronan Maloney from UMass-Dartmouth. Brendan Gallagher, UMass-Dartmouth. Cooper Blatz from UMass-Dartmouth. Benjamin Barrios, UMass-Dartmouth. And Luke O'Halloran from Gordon. And they've got them out on the track ready to go with this third heat of the men's 800. Women's 200-meter dash will follow. Off they go in the third heat of the men's 800. There is a Bryant runner out there running first that we don't have on our roster, so I couldn't tell you who it is. Jack King running second behind him. So there was a late add to this heat at some point. Same story with the Bryant runner pacing the field. And then Jack King behind him and Alex Diaz from Gordon in third. Bryant runner again pacing the field. Jack King from WPI maintains his place in second as they come around for the final time. And that's how it'll finish. The Bryant runner out there to finishing first, followed by Jack King from WPI. So that's it for the men's 800. The women's 200-meter dash is coming up next. Wendy Wooden and Amanda Castaldi from Wheaton will be in the first heat. We'll step aside for just a moment, catch our breath, and be back with that 200-meter dash on the women's side for you in just a moment as we stream on the NewMag Sports Network. Off we go with the women's 200-meter dash. In the first section, Wendy Wooden is out there for Wheaton. A couple of changes to the original heat sheet. All right. I heard a gun, but I don't see any runners, so false start on me. They're getting ready down there. Wendy Wooden is in that first section for Wheaton. Letitia DeManch, Beth Brown from WPI, and Christina Capozzi from Bryant also in this section. Now we're ready to go. I'm wondering if there was a shot and maybe somebody got disqualified down there. I didn't hear a second shot, though. Off we go now. We do have 4 runners, so no disqualifications. It is the Wheaton runner, Wendy Wooden, who's out in front in the women's 200 here. First of 4 sections. And Wooden is going to take it. Followed closely by, although not that closely, by Christina Capozzi from Bryant. But Wooden had that by a good stretch. Another good performance from Wheaton. We've seen a lot of that today.
It's exciting.
So the second heat will feature 2 more Wheaton runners. Camille Connors and Kate Wickenheiser will be out there alongside Gordon's Emily Bengston and Smith's Daniela Pillar. What's interesting is we talked earlier as they start off with the second heat here, we talked earlier about Bryant being here, D1 program, but you wouldn't know the difference really today between Wheaton and Bryant so far. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which is impressive.
It's very impressive.
As we see Kate Wickenheiser out in front of the field here, followed closely by her teammate Connors. And it looks like it'll be those 2 at the finish. Wickenheiser first, Connors second. There's that speed that we see from Kate Wickenheiser in the fall on the soccer field, and in the winter we see it here indoors on the track. So the next heat has 3 Wheaton runners, Natalie Shaw, Claire O'Connor, Morgan Zakreski. Probably butchering that for sure. Apologies to Morgan. After this, we have the men's 200, and we have 7 sections of that.
Oh, wow.
Gear up. If you were wondering what to do with your afternoon, answer maybe watch the men's 200. Take the whole thing up. As we watch now this third heat, which is all Wheaton. And I can tell you that Wheaton finished in first, second, and third place. Not sure who came out in front of that one, but we'll get you that result as soon as it's available to us up here. So one more section on the women's side of the 200. Allison Sabat from Gordon and Kyla Palmer from UMass-Dartmouth will be involved in this one. Just a two-person heat. And off they go. If you can hear us, I think you've lost the video on the main stream, but we are tracking the fourth of the women's 200-meter dash at this moment. Allison Subat and Kyla Palmer from UMass Dartmouth, and Allison Subat just finished first. Palmer finished second. So that's it for the women's 200. The men's 200 is next. We'll see quite a bit of Wheaton in this one. 4 runners overall between the 7 heats. Make that 5 runners overall, or 6. As I attempt to count and fail. But Calvin Peterson will be involved in the first one once they get the men out there on the track, as they are doing right now, getting them ready for the 200. Time to beat in this heat is 23 seconds on the seat times. Looks like we do have our camera back up, so we'll be able to see that in a moment. And off we go with the first of 7 heats for the men's 200. Calvin Peterson taking over the lead here as they head toward the finish line. Going to be a close one with one of the WPI runners out there, but we'll give it to Wheaton and Peterson. We have a second heat of the men's 200 coming up next. 3 UMass-Dartmouth runners and 1 WPI runner. And that is Sam Mantaria. For UMass-Dartmouth, we'll see Scott McDonough out there, Jalen Castillo, and Jan De La Rosa. We're just waiting for that to start. Reminder, if you're looking for some of the field events that are going on in the middle of the field house here, we have those for you on separate streams. We have a high jump view, a long jump view, and a throws view. That's right underneath our main stream here that you're watching now here today on the New Max Sports Network. You can catch those exact things that you want to see on the alternative streams down below us. We're about to go off with the second heat of the men's 200-meter dash. It'll be a close finish between WPI and UMass Dartmouth. And it's WPI's Sam Manteria who is first to the finish line in the second heat, and gets congratulations from his teammates after finishing. Third section coming up in the men's 200. G.J. Mulez will be out there for Wheaton in this one, and we saw he had a win earlier in one of the very early events today. And up against him here, Keenan Jones from Gordon, Alex Latsko from WPI, and Kevin DeCalabas from Wentworth. Off they go in the third heat of the men's 200. WPI with the advantage right now. Alex Latsko out in front. Going to be close between him and Mulez at the end. WPI gets it by a hair. That was Alex Latsko for WPI. Eris Katrakos coming up for Wheaton along with Ryan Ventura in the fourth section. Two UMass Dartmouth runners out there against them, Elon Ben Yosef and R.J. Stone. Reminder that we have those additional streams down below for you. You're probably looking in the middle of your screen and seeing some other events going on. You can catch those on the separate alternative streams down below. Off we go with the fourth section of the men's 200. And as they come past us, it is, I believe that's Ryan Ventura for Wheaton out in front. And it looks like he's going to be able to maintain that all the way to the finish line. Ryan Ventura. So another nice first place finish for the Lions there. Ventura getting congratulations from his teammates. Just past the finish line. No Wheaton in the next heat. Ian Sass is coming up from Wentworth in this one. Jacob Stewart from Wentworth, Matt Murphy from Wentworth, and Carlos Allen from Bryant. We will next see Wheaton in the last two sections. We're off with section 5 of 7. Looks like Bryant has the early lead. Carlos Allen for Bryant. going to be close at the finish. Coming around the bend from the side was one of the Wentworth runners. Couldn't see exactly who, but Wentworth takes that one first place, despite Bryant leading almost the whole way going around the track. And now we'll see the 6th section of the men's 200. Jordan Pinnix from Wheaton, David Sakanen from Wheaton, Malachi Breedy from Gordon, and Eli Sutton from Gordon in this one. Off they go in Heat 6 of the men's 200. Jordan Pinnix out in front for Wheaton. And it's going to be Wheaton and Wheaton at the finish. Pinnix followed by David Sikonen. So another win for Wheaton in that one. Of course, we won't see the final results till the results are final, but I'd have to imagine that things are looking up right now for your Wheaton Lions as we bring Ava back in here with us.
Yeah, definitely.
So far, so good.
Yes, this is really fun to watch.
So one more heat in the 200. Andrew Fortin will be out there in this one for Wheaton. Andrew kind enough to join us last week. 2 weeks ago now, the last home meet. He was out injured and provided us with the analysis, so we'll be rooting for him here in Section 7 of the men's 200.
It's great to see him back on the track.
Yes, it is. He looks good out there. He's pacing the field right now, very close, and now pulling away a bit. Pulling away a lot a bit. Welcome back, Andrew Fortin. Boy, that was impressive.
That was good.
He's got the fresh legs, I guess. First year here at Wheaton and missed that first home meet with injury, but he's back, and he announces his presence there. See now if the universe aligns, the next time we see you out there, you will lap the field. You come on the broadcast, you go back out there, you lap the field. That's how it works. Simple math.
I would love for that to be the case, but I'm looking at spring semester. Or spring
All right.
outdoor season.
First time you get out there in the spring. Gonna guess he's happy to be back out there and not in the broadcaster seat. Happy to have you, Phil, capably
Definitely.
in today.
both injured for a while. So it's exciting to see him get back out there.
So that does it for our very lengthy installment of the men's 200. The women's 3,000 is next, followed by the men's 3,000, and these are the longest runs we'll see today. The best seed time in the women's 3,000 is 11 minutes, 10 seconds. There are two Wheaton runners involved here, Julie Ann Morris and Maddie Broyard in this one for Wheaton. And there's only one section of the women's 3,000, two sections of the men's 3,000. So we'll wait while they set that up. As we continue to stream on the new Max Sports Network, and yes, there are still some field events going on, so if you're looking to see those up close and personal, you can click on the streams down below our main stream. We have extra views for all the different field events going on, so you can check that out right below us. We do have some more results in to go over for the men's pole vault. Gavin Fleck from WPI with the best pole vault for the men's side. Best mark there, and he moves into the 27th spot on the D3 top rankings for 2024. We've also got women's shot put results in. Tiana Fox from Gordon is the best there. Women's high jump, Maggie Federa from Bryant is the best there. And in the 800, as it turns out, the top finisher overall on the men's side was Noah Perryman from Bryant. In the 800 on the women's side, as we mentioned earlier, Maeve Steckley from WPI. Making the announcement right now for the men and women 3,000 meter run. I take it things go a little faster for you when you're down there cheering on your teammates and
just a little bit.
Get involved in the whole thing.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a time killer.
We'll step aside. We'll be right back with you in a moment as we continue to stream on the new Max Sports Network, awaiting the start of the women's 3,000. We're just about to get underway with our next event here on the main track. The women's 3,000 meter run lining up at the start line. We'll see Maddie Broyard and Julianne Morse from Wheaton and Emma Gaudreau from Wheaton as well. B. Greenberg from UMass Dartmouth will be out there. Emma Steedman from UMass Dartmouth. Alexa Fisher from Bryant. And Sarah Lynch from UMass Dartmouth. This one's all about pacing. Best seed time coming in, 11 minutes, 10 seconds. And off they go. .3,000, the longest we'll see today as we bring Ava back in, joining us from the Wheaton women's track team. This one really about pacing, right, for these runners?
Definitely about pacing. Watching Julianne do this at Springfield and hearing the other distance people on the team talking, like as she's taking each lap and seeing the time on the thing and saying, oh, that's good that she's at 44 seconds. That's good. Like, it's definitely 100% about the pace.
And what you're looking at on our main view right now is more toward the finish line, but you'll see them come around each time, and as they do, we'll update you. Right now, leading the pack is UMass Dartmouth, B. Greenberg out in front. As they come past us again, 1 and 2, it is B. Greenberg and Alexa Fisher from Bryant. Julianne Morse running third from Wheaton. We see some of the men warming up as well. The two sections of the men's 3,000 coming up next. 14 runners in the first, 13 runners in the second. So those will be pretty big sections, pretty big heats.
It's a lot.
As the women come around again, it is the same story. 1-2, B. Greenberg from UMass Dartmouth and Alexa Fisher from Bryant. Same story once again. Greenberg followed by Fisher. Emma Steedman has pulled into third from UMass Dartmouth. Alexa Fisher from Bryant pulling about even now with B. Greenberg at the front of the pack. B. Greenberg, Alexa Fisher, 1-2 again this time around. Emma Steedman running third behind them, and then Julianne Morse from Wheaton running next. Once again, as they pass us, B. Greenberg maintaining that slight edge over Alexa Fisher. Same story this time around. Number 2, Emma Steedman in this heat, gaining closer on number 1 and 3, who are running together, Greenberg and Fisher at the front of the pack. Greenberg, Fisher, Steedman. And Morse behind them, followed closely by her teammate, Broyard. Same story once again. You can tell the runner's retiring a little bit at this point in the women's 3,000, as you might expect. Still Greenberg in the lead for UMass-Dartmouth. Still Greenberg in the lead for UMass-Dartmouth as they come around again our way. Matthew Lambert, Kai Hillier, and Noah White getting ready to be out there for Wheaton in the first section of the men's 3,000 that is next. B. Greenberg out in front still in the women's. The only women's heat of the 3,000. And there we see Maddie Broyard followed by Julianne Morse coming by us right now, 4th and 5th respectively. comes Greenberg, still pacing the field. Maddie Broyard has actually taken over third place as Greenberg heads toward the finish line, well out in front of Alexa Fisher now from Bryant. The Greenberg is your first place finisher in the women's 3,000. Be followed by Alexa Fisher and then Maddie Broyard from Wheaton. That was a nice comeback there from Broyard to get out in front of the UMass-Dartmouth runner Steedman there, so good on her for that. That was nicely done. She had some left at the end.
How you guys? How you guys doing?
So we'll have two sections of the men's 3,000 coming up next. As we mentioned, Kai Hillier, Noah White, and Matthew Lambert will be in the first section for the men's 3,000. We see them across the way, getting ready to get out on the track. And off we go with the first heat of the men's 3,000. Best seed time here is 8 minutes, 41 seconds. That is for David Reynolds from WPI. He's out in front of the pack as we start off. The other runners in this one, Jacob Paris from UMass-Dartmouth, Jarrett Golden from WPI. We mentioned Kai Hillier, Noah White, and Matthew Lambert from Wheaton. Connor Goddett from WPI, Sean Corman, WPI, Cameron Thompson, UMass-Dartmouth, Aiden Massey from Bryant, Nicholas Poulin from Bryant, Ethan Sylvia from UMass-Dartmouth, Nathan Barry from WPI, and Thomas Dowd from Bryant. See all of them out here right now in the 3,000. Right now the field is just about going by the numbers, shall we say, by the seed times, but that'll change as we get further along and some of the runners start to make some moves on the field. Lucas McKenzie from Wheaton, by the way, will be in the second heat. So we'll see more Wheaton in that one. As they come around us again, David Reynolds from WPI continues to pace the field in the first of two heats in the men's 3,000.
This really is a massive heat.
Looks like the start of the Boston Marathon out there. Is that an aspiration that any of you guys have, to be in something like that?
Not that I know of.
That is a true backbreaker.
Definitely not me.
It's amazing. You see people from really all walks of life that will do it. Some people do it for charity, and they take, you have the professionals, of course, but you also have the regular old folks.
I had a friend whose mom wanted to run 50 before she turned 50, and she did it.
50 marathons.
Mm-hmm.
My goodness. That takes some unbelievable discipline.
Yeah.
David Reynolds continues to pace the field for WPI. Can't say that was ever on my bucket list. I see those runners at the end. They look like they're ready to fall over. They're going to get the jacket.
No, my bucket list includes 0 marathons.
On that we can agree. David Reynolds widening his lead a little bit. Kai Hillier keeping up with the front of the pack, though, in that second section, vying for second place. David Reynolds continues to lead the pack as you see him come by us. Reynolds coming by us again, still in the lead. In the women's 3,000, by the way, we can tell you B. Greenberg's final time was 11 minutes, 5 seconds, and a tick over that. So that was the best time in the women's 3,000. Maddie Broyard from Wheaton set a personal best, 11 minutes, 13 seconds, personal record. Julianne Morse with a PR. Emma Gaudreau with a PR. So despite the fact that Greenberg comes out on top for those individual runners, that's good accomplishment today.
Absolutely.
Looks like Kai Hillier is pulled into second, if I'm seeing the field correctly here. Well behind the first place runner, but he's kind of pulled away from that second pack. David Reynolds comes by us again, still with the commanding lead on the field in the men's 3,000. Hillier maintains second. And that's a first place finish for Reynolds, I think. No. Yes? What am I seeing? You're going to have to help me out here. Was he a lap ahead of the field, or did he just depart the field?
I don't think he left though.
I don't think so either. So Hillier's the last guy out there right now. Reynolds is over there on the side. No way. Must be injured.
It's unfortunate.
So with that, Kai Hillier is in first place right now. Closely challenged for first by Jacob Paris from UMass-Dartmouth. now a change in front. Jacob Paris overtakes Hillier in first place. Paris had a little saved up for the end here. We got some fire burning from Sean Kingston going on in here. That's a classic throwback. Jacob Paris still leading the field now in front of Hillier. Now we're getting to the point where they are lapping other runners.
I really need to get better about counting these laps.
Paris extending that lead on Hillier significantly here this time around. You can see how he paced himself in this one because he's got a lot left in the tank. As he comes with the first place finish, Hillier, nope, yes, Hillier will finish second over there. Nicely done. And we see Noah White from Wheaton finishing not too far behind. He just finished as well. So the last few finishers will finish up with the first heat of the men's 3,000, and then we'll have the second heat coming up in a moment. They're calling on the second heat right now. Off we go with the second heat of the men's 3,000. In this section, we have one Wheaton runner out there. It is Lucas McKenzie. Also out there, Frank Winter from UMass-Dartmouth. Stephen Kalin from Gordon. Jarlin Arango from Bryant. Evan McIntyre from Wentworth. Isaac Steele from UMass-Dartmouth. Jacob Thomas from Wentworth. Ryan Ballard from Wentworth. Joseph Schultz from Gordon. Zachary Page from Gordon, Zachary Shord from WPI, Wesley Markart from Gordon, and Jack Whittlesey from Gordon. So 13 runners in this heat of the men's 3,000. They're about to come around the bend again. And we see right now for Bryant, Jarlin Arango is leading the field. Same story this time around. Arango in front, and Kalen from Gordon is in second. Amazing, a lot of the event's done, but look how busy it still is in here, and that's because, right, a lot of the teammates will stay around and cheer their team on. They're not taking off anywhere.
Well, everyone's excited for the relays on
Yep, relays are up next. So we'll have 4 heats worth of relays today. We've got a women's 4x2, women's 4x4, and 2 sections of the men's 4x4. And Wheaton is involved in all but one of those. So that'll be coming up right after we finish up with the men's 3,000. Best seed time in this section was 9 minutes and 25 seconds. Right now, the leader of the pack is Jarlin Arango from Bryant. He has led throughout. Same story out in front with Arango leading from Bryant. Jacob Paris, by the way, from UMass-Dartmouth, 8 minutes 49 seconds in the first heat. Kai Hillier in second, 8 minutes 53 seconds. So that's how close it was in that first heat of the men's 3,000. David Reynolds from WPI, who was running first, dipped out midway. You would assume he was injured. Same story here with Arango in front. Zachary Short from WPI, though, is challenging him. Same story here again. Talk to me a little bit, if you could, about the seed times. Do you guys pay attention to that, really? Or is that, I mean, they're so close.
It definitely depends on the meet. Like, if it's schools that we've run against before, the seed times are not quite as important because you kind of know how your competition runs or what to expect, but they're definitely very helpful when you're going into a meet with schools that you don't normally compete against, especially like within the conference. Like going against Bryant, seed times can take the anxiety of going against a D1 school down a lot when you actually look at their times compared to your own.
Makes sense. Same story as they come around us again. Jarlin Arango, from Bryant. He is in first place in this men's 3,000. And coming by us right now from Wheaton, Lucas McKenzie out there as part of this one. Arango maintains his lead over the field. Stephen Kalin from Gordon is running second. See Noah White over there, who just finished his 3,000, running across to cheer on his teammate Lucas McKenzie. Arango maintains first place. Kalin in second. I want to remind you of our other streams, but as I go to remind you of our other streams, I think all the other events are done for the day. So right now you're watching our main stream. Right now we're on the 3,000 meter run for the men's side. And then we have the 4 relay races. And that's in on the tracks, the track events today. The field events have wrapped up just about, looks like all of them now. Those started earlier, about 10 o'clock this morning. It's a long day here. We thank you for stopping by at whichever point you have to check out the action. We're watching as Jarlin Arango from Bryant continues to pace the field in the second heat of the men's 3,000, and his lead is significant now over Stephen Kalin in second from Gordon. Arango finishes first. Kalin will come in second. Pretty strong second as he finishes pretty strong. And it looks like one of the UMass-Dartmouth runners pulling in third. Some of the other runners have one more go around. And then it's on to the relays. Talk to me a little bit, if you can, Abe, about the excitement of the relays and why that creates probably the most fun we see in here on any given day.
Honestly, I think a lot of the excitement comes from how precise it has to be and how exciting it is when it goes right. And honestly, kind of the fear that it can go wrong. Also being like the last few events of the meet, everyone's pumped up, everyone's wondering what the final scores are going to be, and you get to cheer for so many of your teammates at the same time. So everyone has a different connection to everyone who's running.
So we'll see that in a moment as we wrap up the men's 3,000. And they will set up the track for the relay. As they do, we'll step aside for just a moment as we stream on the new Mag Sports Network. We are into the relay races now. We're on the first one right now. It's the women's 4x2. 2 Wheaton teams and 1 UMass-Dartmouth team, and the 2 Wheaton teams are out in front as we rejoin you on the new Max Sports Network. And there's where we see that handoff and how important that is. Well, if you're rooting for Wheaton, you're doing well. We got 2 of them out there, and they're both out in front. With the 4x2, usually 4 runners involved in this. Is that right?
Yes.
4 runners.
Yeah, so the 4 is for the 4 runners, and the 2 is the 200.
So Wheaton Team A, followed by Wheaton Team B. Can't complain about that outcome for the Lions. UMass-Dartmouth in third. So we'll have the women's 4x4 next. And in this case, there'll be 5 teams, 5 different schools. Smith, UMass, Dartmouth, Wentworth, WPI, and Wheaton. So you'll only have 1 Wheaton team to root for this time. See if we have the final results in for the men's 3,000. We do. Nothing changes with that second heat. Jacob Paris from UMass Dartmouth in the first heat was the top finisher, 8 minutes 49 seconds, just a tick over that. Just waiting now for that 4x4 teams to head out there. We'll bring that to you in a moment. If you're looking for the field events, they are done for the day. All the results available on the Wheaton Lions Athletics website. We've read them to you throughout the day here, but if you want to see the results for yourself, if you're interested in another name that we haven't called, if you go to the Wheaton College Lions Athletics website, you can find at Wheaton College Lions, LYONS.com, and go over to the track and field team, either the men's or women's side, go over to their schedule and hit the live results under the schedule for today's date. If you do that, you'll be able to look at all the results that are being put into the system by the scorers down below. And we see the relay teams coming out now for the 4x4, Smith, UMass, Dartmouth, Wentworth, WPI, and Wheaton. So we'll get going momentarily with that race. We also see the men's teams coming in behind them, getting ready to go. Now, is there any strategy to where the runners are placed in the order of the relay at all? Is that something that is decided based on how the practices go, or?
Not necessarily, no. Usually lane assignments aren't super specific. Sometimes they go by seat time, but then also sometimes they give a few to each school if the school has multiple teams or runners.
Mm-hmm. Well, off they go. This now the women's 4x4. And it's the Wheaton team that has the early advantage. Closely chased by WPI. Still Wheaton out in front as they come around here again. Wheaton maintains the advantage after the first pass of the baton. Of course, you can lose a lead like this with one bad pass, pass off to the next teammate, so that's going to be important here. It's very close, WPI and Wheaton. Here's the second handoff. Pretty smooth on both ends. WPI now with the slight advantage. One more time around for these runners. WPI widening that lead significantly. And I believe that is Smith chasing Wheaton for third place. Second place, rather. Clean handoff for WPI. As they come around us, very much out in front. There's Wheaton and then Smith. This will be the last time around the track. Wheaton gaining a little bit of ground on WPI, although WPI is still out in front. And WPI is going to finish first It's between Wheaton and Smith for second, and that will be Wheaton. So the Engineers followed by the Lions. A couple of new Max schools at the front of that relay. So that's it for the women's relays. We've got the men's 4x4 next. Two sections of that. Wheaton will be in the second one, not the first one. As the men's teams come out there to get ready right now. For the first heat, two Gordon teams, two WPI teams, one UMass-Dartmouth and one Wentworth. And then in the final section, there are three UMass-Dartmouth teams and one Wheaton. So that'll be a hill to climb for the Lions in their men's side of the relay. Off we go with the 6 teams in this men's 4x4. One of the WPI teams, the early leader in the pack. Although the Wentworth team is close to first as well, right there with WPI. Actually close all around. One of the Gordon teams is right there too, so this looks like a good one. WPI, Wentworth, Gordon. There's the first handoff. WPI extends the lead a little bit. It's Gordon now in second. Look out. Gordon gaining on WPI right now. Second handoff. WPI maintains the lead. Final handoff. WPI with a lengthy lead. It'll be a sprint to the finish to see if Gordon can catch up. One more time around. WPI lengthening that lead over Gordon. Looks like the engineers will have this one. There's the finish. WPI first, Gordon second, and Wentworth in third. So we're down to one. One relay left. Wheaton will be part of it. 3 UMass Dartmouth teams, 1 Wheaton relay team will be out here for the final men's 4x4. Catracos, Plimpton, LaCroix, and Stockwell are the 4-man team for Wheaton as part of this second heat. And off we go with our final heat of the day. It is the men's 4x4. Can Wheaton emerge victorious against not 1, not 2, but 3 UMass Dartmouth teams? Well, right now they're out in first. That's Nathan Plimpton, I believe, carrying the baton for the Lions. UMass Dartmouth, one of their teams, taking over first place this second time around. It'll be tight at the handoff. Wheaton got a good one there. And now leads it. Wheaton maintaining a significant advantage this time around. Here comes the third handoff. That's Nick LaCroix with it. And pacing the field again is LaCroix. Wheaton maintains a significant advantage. Lefroy still well out in front. And one of the UMass Dartmouth teams way out in front of the others, trying to challenge for first here. Here's the final handoff. It's going to Stockwell for Wheaton. And he's got a big advantage to hold on to. It's shrinking a little bit. It's going to be close at the end. Final time around. Stockwell trying to hold off the Corsairs. And what's setting up for a photo finish. It is Wheaton. Wheaton wins the men's 4x4 relay in probably the photo finish of the day. And that was Ava from the women's team that you heard in your ear, letting out a scream of joy. And as the final UMass Dartmouth team finishes up, that's the day of track events here at this Wheaton Invitational on this Saturday afternoon. And the teams will all come together now and put a wrap on things. We want to remind you the results are available. WheatonCollegeLions.com. Go to either the men's or women's track team page. Click on schedule, and you'll be able to scroll down through today's date and click on live results to see the results from the entire day. They were available from the last time out scorers down below. You'll find those on the web. We want to thank you for joining our broadcast on the NewMax Sports Network this afternoon. It really started this morning and has now bled into the afternoon. And we want to thank Ava for joining us from the women's team. Ava, thanks very much.
Of course.
Thanks for your analysis. And they say there's no cheering in the press box, but when we get a commentator from the Wheaton team, we allow cheering in the press box. All right, thanks for joining us this afternoon. Matt Kuchar for Ava. And we invite you to have a great rest of your afternoon. Hopefully you dodge the snow tomorrow, and we'll see you next time on the NewMax Sports Network.